Quang. The sound of a mountain cracking echoed, and a massive gust of wind pressure rose around the two combatants, sweeping everything in its path. ACKKKK. ACKKKKK. The bandits, caught in the storm of chi, screamed in terror and were flung down the mountain slopes and over the cliff. Grr. The two combatants gripped their weapons and used their internal chi to push each other back. Crack. Crack. Their arm muscles bulged, and their bones ached with strain. But Chang Yang didn't back down even slightly, pushing his sword harder. Go Hong also seemed flustered by this unexpected force, gritting his teeth and pressing the scimitar harder. Kakakakak. Sparks flew between the two weapons. The upper bodies of the two men gradually tilted towards each other. After a significant struggle, their weapons finally reached their chests, causing their heads to collide. Thud. There was a loud, dull explosion that was too loud to be the sound of heads colliding. Strength versus strength. As if there was no need for techniques, they used pure strength. The two men put their foreheads together and growled like animals. Blood trickled down their broken foreheads and wet their faces, but neither of them tried to back down first. Ah. Oh. Thud DDD. In the end, the huge shockwave created by the collision of internal chi violently pushed the two men's bodies. Quang. At the same time, the two men who were pushed back and fell down jumped up without even thinking about who was first and shot toward each other like lightning again. The sword that split the sky and the sword that shattered the ground clashed again under the heavens and earth. Chapter 593. Crack. His muscles twisted and tore. His mouth opened suddenly in pain as if his body was being crushed. But the eyes of Chang Yang shone through this and were close to madness without even a flutter. This. Go Hong's eyes were also bloodshot. It was shocking that a small guy, whose body wasn't even half the size, was fighting back with such strength. An even more humiliating situation was that there was a kid who was on par with Go Hong, who was known to be exceptionally strong. How dare you? Go Hong's entire body trembled as he pressed down on Chang Yang. The natural strength of his body, mixed with internal chi, was truly terrifying. Ah. Jig. Chang Yang's back foot, which served as the axis, was gradually pushed back. At the same time, his upper body, unable to handle the force, was pushed back, and his waist was bent like a bow. No matter how strong Chang Yang was, it was as if he should be competing with Go Hong, who managed to take over Green Forest with his strength alone. But. Crack. As Chang Yang gritted his teeth, the blood vessels in his eyes were clear and the whites were turning red. Woong. Eventually, the internal chi, which had been dormant in the dantan, rose from his dantan like a dragon rising from a deep slumber, which went around the body. His internal chi, created by absorbing the purest of the chi in the world, infused new chi into the body, which twisted and screamed. Ah. Chang Yang's upper body, which had been tilted back, bounced forward like a spring and pushed Go Hong at once. Swish. The two bodies bounced back and were pushed back. Cheek. But, this time, they succeeded in holding their balance by dragging themselves along the ground instead of falling down. Hua. Unlike Chang Yang, who slowly took a breath with a stern face, Go Hong couldn't even think about hiding the tough effect on his body. Go Hong, who had been staring blankly at Chang Yang, looked down at his weapon. His scimitar, more akin to an axe than a sword, had already lost its sharpness and appeared unsightly. A divine sword. Indeed, if a sword didn't break against a heavy weapon like this, it must be a divine weapon. However, divine weapons were used by the most skilled individuals. If his strength and endurance surpassed the boy's, even if he possessed a divine weapon, his wrist should have at least been broken. Yet, this boy managed to stand tall, holding that thin sword. No, he didn't just hold on but push back. How could this be? He had never been overpowered by someone else's strength. Even renowned warriors seemed like children before him. There was no one in the Green Forest, or anywhere else, who could challenge him like this. But this little boy was now fighting against him without retreating an inch. It was something he couldn't believe, even as he witnessed it with his own eyes, and something he couldn't comprehend despite experiencing it. It seems you have quite a bit of confidence in your strength. Ads by PubFuture. Chang Yang smiled and took a step forward. The pressure of confronting Go Hong head-on was greater than he had anticipated. He continually massaged the wrist holding the sword, but his expression remained relaxed. I have a bad personality, so when I see you displaying such arrogance, it upsets me. All expressions drained from Go Hong's face. For the first time, he understood that when people become too angry, they stop shouting. Yuke. He let out a short exhale of breath and stared at Chang Yang with emotionless eyes. Blade chi rose from the scimitar. At first, the blade chi wasn't enough to cover the blade, but it soon began to gush out, extending longer than a person's height. I really want to behead you and impale your head on a pole, but I guess I won't. Ho! I will crush your entire body, leaving not a single piece of flesh behind. Harp! Go Hong charged at Changyang with terrifying force. The blade chi that rose from his sword spun around with a frightening intensity. Despite his large size, he moved with a speed that defied logic, instantly closing the distance. His blade whizzed past Changyang's head. Changyang swiftly raised his sword to block. Quang! The impact was so immense that the dark, fragrant plum blossom sword, made of cold iron, initially twisted. But Go Hong's attack did not end there. Quang! 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 The onslaught continued. The aim was not to slice, but to obliterate the opponent's body with sheer force. Applying such tremendous force with a single blow was challenging. It was even more difficult to apply all of one's strength in subsequent attacks. This was not something that could be achieved merely through martial arts. The body itself was inherently different. Recover the force from a strike with an even stronger force. Skills that could only be mastered through countless harsh situations were accomplished solely through instinct. Changyang was so overwhelmed that he was at a loss for words. Every time the blade fell on him, it felt as though his arms would snap and his feet would sink into the ground. Before Changyang's body could crumble, the ground beneath him began to crack. As the ground broke, it could not withstand the pressure and bounce up. A relentless barrage of attacks left no room for respite. It was an onslaught that made one understand why Go Hong was so formidable. Ah! Go Hong let out another roar and brought his blade down. Quang! At that moment, a sound like the sky falling echoed around them, and Changyang's body was launched back like a cannonball. Quack! After rolling on the ground a few times, Changyang flipped over and resumed his stance. Blood dripped from his lips. His body felt rattled by the successive attacks. Ha! He laughed before he could groan in pain. Ads by Pub Future. Why had I been this ignorant? Indeed, he had lived 2 lives. Among the warriors he had encountered, many were stronger than Go Hong. But something about Go Hong felt distinctly different. Even a simple technique, which should NT have been significant, held tremendous strength in his hands as if it were the best technique. If you had been born into the Peng family, you would have crushed the heads of Shaolin. Changyang shook his numb wrist and looked at Go Hong calmly. Ku! Go Hong exhaled heavily as if he were preparing to attack again at any moment. You! Exclamation mark. Quang! The earth seemed to rise when his foot hit the ground. Go Hong used that recoil to advance swiftly. Ah! Dozens of attacks occurred in the blink of an eye. There were no set rules or paths. It was just wild swings of the weapon and a desperate struggle to survive, but its power was enough to change the course of the battle. His clumsy movements were filled with his chi. He ignored the gaps that were still not filled, as he was willing to sacrifice his flesh to cut down his opponent's bones. It was a clear demonstration of what the forces of evil were like. No sane person would consider enduring this storm of blade chi with their human body. The disciples of Mount Hua, who were fighting against the Bloodhounds, held their breath as they watched this storm of chi unleashed by Go Hong. No knowledge or experience in martial arts was necessary to understand that scene. If one had eyes and a brain to process it, they would understand how dangerous it was. And in front of that storm, Changyang stood holding his sword like a lone plum tree on a cliff. They avoided. Bak Sang was shocked and glanced at Bak Chon. However, Bak Chon was too engrossed in battling the Bloodhounds to pay attention to Changyang. It wasn't just Bak Chon. Yu Yisel, Zhou Gul, Yun Zhong, and Tang Soso. None of those who had previously fought alongside Changyang were paying him any mind. They seemed to believe that there was no way Changyang would be hit by that attack. Bak Sang was genuinely taken aback by the trust these people placed in Changyang and turned to look at him. Phew! Go Hong's blade chi was growing more and more, transforming into a tornado. Ah! L leader. The blade chi, which was slowly expanding to the sides, was gradually sweeping away the bandits who can retreat. They were shredded to bits. It seemed as though he couldn't see his surroundings due to the blood rushing to his head. However, from another perspective, it meant that the power of his blade was so immense that it extended to a range that even those with experience couldn't handle. It crushed and killed the opponent with sheer force. A method worthy of being recognized as forces of evil. Changyang, who was silently watching this storm approach, moved his feet without a word, but a novel it had. His legs were spread apart. The sword was held with both hands. It was a stance that represented the ultimate teachings of the Mount Hua sword. Changyang's eyes were calm and focused. Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Ads by Pub Future. And then he flinched. At that moment, the 5 swords of Mount Hua, who hadn't paid much attention to Changyang until then, turned their gaze towards him. What is it? So different from usual. His aura was different. It wasn't the sharp and laid-back look that Changyang usually had. To be more precise, it was similar to the overwhelming weight that He Yuan usually displayed. Chang Nyang's back was completely capturing their attention. Phew. Chang Nyang took another short breath and looked at the sword in his hand. A sword was the best tool for a swordsman when practicing sword techniques. By holding it, a swordsman had the ability to expand his possibilities. The sword could sometimes be sharp, flashy, heavy, and sometimes work like the wind. Then, what sword should he show to Mount Hua's disciples now? An Jiam had already spoken all of this. Plum blossoms adorned the ends of the branches, but the root was what made them bloom. The root was firmly in the ground and established the necessary items for its growth. It was then that the swelling blade Qi was coming towards Chang Nyang. Taoist Chang Myung. The moment Im Sir Byong's scream rang out, Chang Nyang's sword moved. Too slow. Tang. Just half an inch or so. But at that moment, the rushing blade Qi hit the sword and bounced back. Tang. One after another, the strongest blade Qi rushed, but they were all being pushed back by the sword of Chang Nyang. Giant trees that were rooted in the land wouldn't shake in the face of storms. And behind the mesmerizing plum blossoms, there had to be strength of the tree's roots. Quang. 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 Chang Nyang's precise sword attack turned faster. As the blade Qi increased, the speed of Chang Nyang's sword movement increased to match. Meanwhile, Chang Nyang's lower body didn't move. It was as if it was rooted down. What was important were the right intentions. Even though the tip of the sword might be flashy, the one wielding it had to be straight. Now, at the tip of Chang Nyang's sword, the true intentions and lessons of Mount Hua's sword lay. What is that? Go Hong thought. His blade was the most renowned. And the Qi around it was enough to crush down a mountain. But this small sword in front wasn't falling. Even though he was pushed and fell down and bent again, there was no disturbance in those feet that stepped on the ground or the back. No matter how many times one hit him again and again, he wasn't being pushed even by an inch. Was this what it felt like to strike a rock that would last for 10,000 years? This can't be. Go Hong's eyes turned red, as if they would bleed. Ah! He burst into laughter and infused more Qi. If it can be destroyed with this, then he would add more. After extracting every last bit of Qi from his body, he swung his blade at Chang Nyang's face, who seemed to want to swallow the world. Chapter 594. A warrior was a peculiar being. Even though they knew the enemy was aiming for their head and baring their vicious teeth, they were distracted by the confrontation between the warriors. They didn't dare to look away, but their focus wasn't on the enemy in front of them but on the distant victory. The same was true for the disciples of Mount Hua and the Bloodhounds. However, the Bloodhounds realized what was happening before anyone else. What? These people? When did this happen? Kakakaka. The extended saber bounced back. Of course, this was common in a battle, but something felt different. Those who directly wielded the sword couldn't help but notice it because the rebound force felt from the opponent's sword was so different. Just what changed? A moment ago, the disciples of Mount Hua were running like beasts. No, it would be better to say they were possessed by wild cats. But those rough and messy sword movements became heavier and solid and stronger. Is this possible in the middle of a fight? Of course, swords could change at any time. Unless martial arts were strictly followed, the sword was bound to change throughout life. But from the moment one entered a battle, the sword's nature changed, and that too in a short period. It was absurd. Pat. A bloodhound gritted his teeth and pushed his saber faster. The disciples of Mount Hua, who were previously adamant about speed in swinging their swords, were now being accurate with their movements. Right. This resembled the sword of Chang Nyang, who was going against Go Hong. These damned brats. Of course, they couldn't be compared to Chang Nyang. The abyss of the sword was frightening. However, even though the depth of it was shallow, it began to resemble the sword of Chang Nyang. They are training with this in front of them. The bloodhound's face contorted at this. Why wouldn't he be angry? At that moment, the disciples of Mount Hua were learning the sword. He didn't seem like one to have such feelings, but the moment he saw the children acting like children, his nature changed. How dare these people? Goosebumps froze on his body. Martial arts was something they built up. No matter how young the children were, they must have accumulated several years of training and experience through hardships. The warriors lived on the foundation they built. Twisting and changing that foundation was scary, even for those who learned and tried to redefine martial arts. But was it this easy? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't a question of reasoning anymore. This was a trust on par with blindness. It came from the hopeless belief that this direction can never be wrong and that this change can be bad for them. These insane people. Those in front had no doubt that those fighting behind them would handle the attacks, and those following them accepted the teachings without hesitation right in the midst of the battle. Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Ads by Pub Future. Was there any other sect in the world that would do something this insane? Kakang. No matter how hard one tried, the attacks were being blocked. Until mere moments ago, they managed to pierce the defense and even wound the disciples of Mount Hua, but now, as if they were going against an iron wall, they hadn't been able to pierce their foundation. Like Chang Yang blocking the stormy blade of Go Hong, the disciples of Mount Hua, too, were firmly blocking their opponent. And part. A sword extended out in an instant and cut through the side of the panicked bloodhound. T.S. It felt like the sword had moved twice as fast now. But the bloodhound knew that it wasn't that the sword was faster, but that the disciples' defense had turned into a perfect defense. As defense became possible, those who regained their composure managed to see more chances. Of course, they understood it intellectually, but none of it made sense to them. How could they comprehend and manage that during a fight? Especially when the opponent's strength was twice their own number. This trash. He screamed at the top of his lungs and thrust his sword, but the response he received was not the same as before. The disciple of Mount Hua, who raised his voice even louder as if refusing to be defeated, lightly struck the sword and stared directly at the opponent. Those eyes began to increasingly oppress the bloodhound. Eyes without a hint of doubt. The kind of gaze that only those confident in their path could possess. The swords of the bloodhound lost confidence at this and turned dull. Lower. Do not lose focus now. Do not be fooled by that flashy movement. It wasn't something that could be solved by running around frantically. Why had they forgotten? In the end, martial arts only held value when centered. Even though expanding might be beneficial, it must be heavy and burdensome. Inspired by victory and intoxicated with growth, they momentarily forgot the true purpose of Mount Hua's sword, even though they had heard it repeatedly. A single sword conveyed more than 1,000 words. The faces of the Mount Hua disciples, who were watching Chang Yang's sword from the corner of their eyes, were extremely cautious. Thung. The ground on which Bak Chon stood shook. The heavily swung sword struck down the flying three swords, then changed direction for a moment and flew in without hesitation, covering the bloodhounds with numerous plum blossoms. ACKKKK. Defend heavily, attack sharply. This is it. Something that seemed elusive was now resting at their fingertips. Every time one moved forward, they had to look back at the basics. This was a simple fact that everyone should know. However, it was a characteristic of martial arts that not everyone could master. Who was I trying to teach? Embarrassment overwhelmed him. Though he was still a learner, he had looked down on the other disciples because he was slightly ahead. He believed he could impart the numerous things he had learned. But at that moment, Bak Chon realized once again. Above everything else, the priority was self-improvement. For any reason, straying from this path was not an option. Ads by Pub Future. Part. His sword pierced the heart of the bloodhound. It wasn't the mouth that led people but their actions. And teaching wasn't about logic but about the sword. Chang Yang was demonstrating that at that moment. The other 5 swords seemed to share Bak Chion's sentiment, so they swung their swords with more determination. Now. Bak Chon dashed towards the shocked bloodhound like a flash of light. You people aren't our opponents at all. The disciples of Mount Hua, who were resolute and cautious, responded to their voices with their swords, and at Novelman attacked. Quark. Amidst the storm of blade chi, Chang Yang appeared serene. Regardless of its many purposes and ideologies, the sword was just a sword. All one could do was swing, stab, and counterattack. Quang. His sword, flying in a straight line, lightly struck the side of the blade that fell like a thunderbolt towards the head. Kakang. Then, with a sharp sound, the blade shot out at an incredible speed. It flew straight toward Chang Yang's side again, but it missed the slender sword, and even when it quickly stabbed again, it hit the blade with a sharp movement and was pushed away. Chang Yang blocked all the flying attacks with minimal movement and no unnecessary action. Yuke. Sweat poured down from Go Hong's entire body like rain. His dantian felt like it was being stabbed with a needle, and his heart felt like it would explode. The repeated hits, made while he was barely breathing, severely depleted the stamina of his blade. Still, he couldn't stop. The moment this path stopped, defeat would be certain. Having exhausted all his stamina and strength, he would never be able to launch an attack like this again. So, he had to somehow win this match with a series of attacks. A sweet smell escaped his mouth. The blood vessels in his body were bursting, unable to handle the pressure of blood flowing twice as fast as usual. Blood dripped down his nose, but before it could fall, it evaporated due to the wind pressure and the heat. Fall down, please fall. Just fall down. However, no matter how much he wielded the blade and struggled, the opponent in front of him continued to maintain his position. He perfectly parried the incoming attack with an eerie look in his eyes. Goosebumps ran all over Go Hong's body. This was fear. Why? His muscles began to tear. Why aren't you falling down? His weak knees buckled, and his strength drained away. Why? Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Go Hong, who had poured every last drop of his chi into the blade, finally delivered a full hit. It was such a perfect strike that one wondered if he had ever struck a blow like this in his entire blade teachings. His mind, body, and internal chi became one. After a moment of silence, the sword struck like a storm. Ads by Pub Future. Ha! The final blow, which risked everything, fell with a ferocious force as if it was going to cut Chang Yang in two. And at that moment, Chang Yang's force, which had so far calmly met the attack, changed. Weck. A fierceness that seemed to burn the skin surged out. Chang Yang had the most eerie smile on his face as he lunged ahead to attack. Woom. As if in response to his intention, the dark fragrant plum blossom sword moved, and dozens of hundreds of red plum blossoms soon began to bloom. What? Go Hong's blade, which had the power to split the land, fell into this plum forest. Kakakakakakak. The petals were torn and crushed as they touched the sword. From the beginning, it seemed impossible for the delicate and light plum blossom sword chi to block Go Hong's attack. However, newly blooming plum blossoms filled the void left by the fallen ones. The 24-movement plum blossom sword technique, plum blossom slow and gradual, was in action. No matter how strong Go Hong's blade was, it couldn't crush all 100,000 blooming plum blossoms. The enhanced iron, harder than the normal one, began to slowly chip away. The blade, which seemed as if it would collapse the mountain below, quickly lost its force and got buried and twisted among the blooming plum blossoms. Part. Soon, the flow of the soaring plum blossoms wrapped around Go Hong's blade. Kang. His blade was cut in half while it was still in the air. Part. Amid the fluttering plum blossoms, Chang Yang appeared like an illusion. With cold eyes, he plunged into Go Hong's chest. Yuk. An extremely frightening sound spread through the battlefield. Go Hong slowly looked down at his chest. The pure white blade was stuck almost to the handle where his heart would be. He felt fortunate that he couldn't see the blade sticking out of his back. Cough. Thud. His body, as sturdy as a steel tower, shook. With each difficult step he took backward, the blade of the sword was slowly being pulled out, and red blood poured out. This cannot be. Blood began to flow back through his mouth. When Go Hong opened his mouth to say something, it poured out, leaving a red trail. This cannot be, it is clear Mount Hua is below me as opponents. Go Hong's words couldn't continue any longer. His mouth was always open, but he could no longer make any sound. Chang Yang watched quietly and approached him without saying a word. Go Hong's voice, as if he was dying at any moment, could be heard faintly. Aye. Part. Slash. Soon, Go Hong's severed head soared into the air. The headless body stumbled and fell to the ground like an old, rotten tree. Thud. Chang Yang gazed at the fallen Go Hong indifferently and spoke softly. For those who don't work hard, talent is a luxury. It wouldn't be a bad thing since he had learned that lesson with his life on the line. Chapter 595. The bandits' eyes were filled with shock. Who was Go Hong? Among the numerous bandits in the world, he was considered the best. They weren't special because they owned a large, separate bandit hideout, but because they led the Great Star Bandits and had earned a special title among their peers. However, Go Hong had now lost his head to a young swordsman from Mount Hua. It was a sight they couldn't believe, even when they saw it with their own eyes. Everyone held their breath as they saw the large bandit's body lying like a fallen tree and Go Hong's head not far away. The leader. For real. At a novel burn at that. Then it happened. Chak. Chang Yang, who was standing in front of Go Hong's body, slowly looked away, shaking the blood off his sword. The bandits flinched and stepped back. Who didn't know that they should retreat in front of an enemy? But how could such common sense remain in the minds of the bandits when they saw their leader beheaded right before their eyes? So, Chang Yang's sword emitted a faint sword chi. Who's next? Then, baring his teeth, he approached the bandits. Step. Step. His pace wasn't fast, but it gave those watching a shocking thrill. You. The bandits were busy stepping back, their previous bravado gone. For the bandits, the leader was their absolute strength. And among them, there was no place where the leader's existence was as important as in the Great Star Bandits. The group was made up of people who had endured harsh training and treatment incomparable to others. And what made it possible was the existence of an absolute being named Go Hong. Now that he was dead, the group's unity was bound to crumble. A dog's death. How can we deal with a person who cannot be taken down by the leader? Everyone run. In a typical sect, the sect wouldn't collapse just because their leader died. However, those who pursued only profit and didn't believe in risking their lives would run when someone stronger than them died. This was the limitation of those who followed evil. This time, too, a rapid collapse began. Go against them, and you die. Run away. Ache. It was only the first time that things became difficult for them. The moment one person turned their back, fear and despair spread like a disease. Soon, everyone turned their backs on Chang Yang and began to run away. Ads by Pub Future. They ran desperately to live, pushing and pulling each other. It was the moment when their main force collapsed. Bon Chung clenched his fists. Oh my, there Go Hong is. Anyone who belonged to Green Forest couldn't have known how strong Go Hong was. He was one of the top 3 in Green Forest, also known as the 5 hegemonies. Of course, it was said that Green Forest was a place where the quality of warriors was absolutely inferior. But if Go Hong and Kwang Wu were the best, they would have been treated as the best anywhere after Green Forest. He was someone who could at least send someone from a prestigious sect to the death. So, how did they kill Go Hong so easily? Oh my. Bon Chung didn't even try to hide his shock. Sure, he knew that Chang Yang was strong. He had felt his strength and physical build-up before. Wasn't this why he bowed down and treated Chang Yang as the elder despite the age difference? But even he wasn't sure that Chang Yang could defeat Go Hong. But this wasn't just a victory, it was destruction. The Green Forest King's foresight is truly amazing. Chang Yang was Chang Yang, but even Im Sabaong, who recognized his ability, ran to Mount Hua without another thought. Your Majesty. Unlike Bon Chung, who was highly excited, Im Sabaong only nodded his head lightly without any change in his expression. However, Im Sabaong's fists were clenched tightly inside his sleeves. Taoist Chang Yang always exceeds expectations. Defeating Go Hong was truly unexpected. But victory wasn't enough. He had won with overwhelming strength. The other bandits might have joined the desperate battle if Chang Yang hadn't shown such a firm stance while defeating Go Hong. If that had happened, the scale of damage would have been enormous. Did he calculate? No, was it instinct? Either way, it was equally terrifying. The result was the same whether they crushed Go Hong with sheer calculation or instinct. Im Sabaong's eyes shone brightly as he watched Chang Yang retrieve the sword. And the leftovers. Im Sabaong mumbled as he looked away. The frightening part wasn't this why he bowed down and treated Chang Yang as the elder despite the age difference? But even he wasn't sure that Chang Yang could defeat Go Hong. But this wasn't just a victory, it was destruction. The Green Forest King's foresight is truly amazing. Chang Yang was Chang Yang, but even Im Sabaong, who recognized his ability, ran to Mount Hua without another thought. Your Majesty. Unlike Bon Chung, who was highly excited, Im Sabaong only nodded his head lightly without any change in his expression. However, Im Sabaong's fists were clenched tightly inside his sleeves. Taoist Chang Yang always exceeds expectations. Defeating Go Hong was truly unexpected. But victory wasn't enough. He had won with overwhelming strength. The other bandits might have joined the desperate battle if Chang Yang hadn't shown such a firm stance while defeating Go Hong. If that had happened, the scale of damage would have been enormous. Did he calculate? No. Was it instinct? Either way, it was equally terrifying. The result was the same whether they crushed Go Hong with sheer calculation or instinct. Im So Byung's eyes shone brightly as he watched Chung Myung retrieve the sword. And the leftovers. Im So Byung mumbled as he looked away. The frightening part is here. The disciples of Mount Hua were still calmly dealing with the bloodhounds. At first glance, it seemed like a fierce fight, but it wasn't the case upon closer inspection. Because from mere moments ago, the only ones falling and shedding blood weren't the people of Mount Hua but the bloodhounds. Im So Byung frowned. Is this the result of an honorable sect? The simple movements were so clearly noticeable. The moment the swords of those who were obsessed with flashiness and perfection returned to the basics. Anyone could do the hard things that strained the body, and anyone could attempt dangerous things in training. But the reason why those known as famous are frightening was because they consistently repeated basic training for years, or even decades, when for others, it would become boring after just 3 months. Ads by Pub Future. The foundation built in this way wasn't particularly noticeable in normal times, but when faced with a crisis, it supported a person more solidly than other flashy ones. It isn't something one even knows in their head. There were many sects that had left their marks on the world. There were many sects that seemed to sweep the world with their fame and were significant enough to write histories about them. But those who preserved their name even as time passed were ultimately those who maintained the basics, not their riches. The light that shone from Mount Hua also came from strength. Maybe a lot bigger than I thought, too. Kakang. The sharp blade that blew in was bounced back. Slash. The stab that came straight from that movement pierced the shoulder of the bloodhound. Quack. The bloodhound grabbed his shoulder and stepped back. The plum blossom sword was recovered as if they didn't want to attack again. Part. But then, the sword flew in like lightning, which made the bloodhound retreat again. Slash. The bloodhound looked at his chest, which had been cut, and fell down in shock. S.A. Sauk. Will you show mercy when your mercy ends up causing death for your Sehyang and Sazek? The one with a kind heart dies first on a battlefield. No, you will die first. It would be better than having someone else die because of the mercy which you show. Uak Hwi gritted his teeth at those cold words. I will not hesitate. Bak Chon nodded slightly. Do not let your guard down till the end. Yes. After speaking, Bak Chon quickly swung his sword and bit his lip. So odd. There were quite a few injured disciples, but not a single one was fatally injured. On the other hand, the number of enemies was reduced by half now. They had come to a situation where a win would be achieved without much difficulty as long as they didn't slack. The problem was, they probably don't know either, do they? Unlike the bandits, who sensed defeat and began to run, they seemed to have no intention of retreating, even in this situation. Loyalty? No, it wasn't that. These people were clearly not Go Hong's subordinates. Hadn't Bak Chan heard them laughing at Go Hong's actions? That wasn't the behavior of loyal follows. Even if he hadn't heard their conversations, it was obvious that their nature differed from the bandits of the other groups. I don't know. He couldn't understand why people who had no connection to the force would willingly throw away their lives in a fight whose outcome was already decided. Ads by Pub Future. However, after a while, Bak Cheon's doubts were answered in a way he hadn't expected. Kua. A bloodhound, injured all over his body, let out this horrific scream. Damn it. Why? Why are we in this position? His clothes were soaked in blood that flowed from his entire body, and he let out this terrible scream as he half crouched on the ground. Why? 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 Just why do I have to die? Why us? Ah. He seemed to be shouting at the sky, and his voice held more despair than the disciples of Mount Hua, who have almost been killed. Why? Just why do we have to be like this? This is cough. Pua. But suddenly, he covered his mouth. And this red blood began to leak out despite how much he covered it. No, it was a bit much to say it was red blood because it seemed more like black blood. Poison. The person who responded the fastest to this was Tang So-So. The moment the man vomited black blood, she shouted, "Get back right now." So-So. Upon hearing Hyun Sang's cry, she took a closer look at the man. No. And she bit her lip as she shouted, "I don't think it's contagious. But just to be safe, don't let the blood touch you." Okay. At this point, Bak Chan couldn't even know more. Why were they poisoned, though? Who could have poisoned them? Cough. Cough. The person who had coughed up blood was now clutching their chest and groaning. It seemed that the poison chi, which hadn't risen from his body when it wasn't injured, began to spread widely now. I don't want to die. Slash. Thud. The head of the mumbling man fell to the ground. Bak Cheon's eyes widened in shock, and it wasn't because of the man being beheaded, but because it was his ally who had done it. Pathetic. The man cut down his comrade's head in one slash and approached the Mount Hua disciples with an eerie look on his face. Do you think you can survive by getting out? In the end, all of us will die. The eyes of the bloodhounds turned sad at those words, but it looked like they were losing their reasoning. They even gripped their swords tighter. Die as a warrior. You trash. Ah. And they rushed forward like moths to a flame. Even though they knew there was no chance to win, they rushed towards Mount Hua's formation. It wasn't about fighting and winning. It was about poisoning even one more opponent before dying. Mount Hua's disciples clenched their teeth. It was the final battle in this long war. But even then, there was doubt in Bak Cheon's eyes. Just. What was happening here? Chapter 596. Slash. Quack. The last bloodhound went limp. Thud. It sounded like a bell signaling the end of the battle. The moment the man fell, the disciples of Mount Hua all took a deep breath and relaxed their shoulders. Do not relax. But the tension rose with An Jiam's voice. Among those who fell might be those looking for a chance to attack. Do not let your guard down. Take the weapons of the enemies and clean the battlefield. Yes. And only after the last warning from An Jiam did they hold the swords. Such a difficult opponent. Most of the bandits have already fled, but the bloodhound have fought so hard until the last one fell. If the bandits had joined forces and chosen to attack, then things would have been tough for Mount Hua. It's all thanks to him. An Jiam's eyes drifted to Chang Myung. Thanks to Chang Myung, who stepped ahead, drew attention, and broke the spirits of the bandits, the situation ended with this little damage. Boarding house head. Cleanup is done. Anyone alive? The poison spread. An Jiam nodded as he had guessed this. There were some who didn't die but lost consciousness due to the injuries, but the poison in their bodies seemed to have spread and taken their lives. Those terrible ones. What on earth did they think to fight after taking poison? An Jiam took a deep breath as he spoke to Hyun Sang. Elder. He nodded as if he knew what it was without being said. And he looked at the disciples who were still unable to get away from the scene of the battle. This is a good sign. In previous battles, everyone would cheer when the win was confirmed. But now the faces of Mount Hua's disciples were firm like warriors. One could rejoice in victory, but one could not rejoice in death. If there was anyone who had cheered for this horrible win, Hyun Sang would have punished them. Fortunately, the disciples didn't seem to forget their teachings as Taoists. Everyone. Ahoo, damn. These bastards were so disgusting. Before he knew it, Chang Myung, who had been chasing the bandits and hitting them on the back of the head, returned, shaking his hands. I should have beaten them all to death. Right, of course. There were also people who had forgotten their duties as Taoists. Yes, there was always one. But that was just the way it was. Hyun Sang nodded and opened his mouth. Hurry and clear the battlefield and treat the wounded. Yes. As soon as the command was given, everyone began to move quickly. Hyun Sang, who watched the scene, suddenly looked up. We won. The first historic campaign of Mount Hua ended in a win without taking too much damage, a novel than it had. Ack. 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 How did this one get killed? Ack. So. It hurts. It hurts. Ah. I might die today. You got stabbed in the side, and you say it hurts because I put a patch on it. It really hurts. Oh, won't you be quiet? Should I just cut open the wound? Ads by Pub Future. While Tang So was looking after the injured, the 5 swords of Mount Hua felt cold sweat drop from their bodies. I can never get stabbed. Isn't that more like tying a person up with patches than just putting one on? Will the blood flow? But at the same time, there was a deep sense of relief in their eyes. It wasn't that no one was seriously injured, but no one's life was in danger. This atmosphere wouldn't have been possible if even one had died. I might live. What now, this bastard? Tang So glared at the protesting disciple. Are these guys all insane? Do you know that the wounds you took aren't normal? Any normal human would have been dead already. Chang Yang Se-hyung gave you the pill, and that's why you're barely alive. Now, it wouldn't have been surprising if she breathed fire from her mouth and all the grumbling heads lowered. You had the violent sky pill and the oil, that's why you're alive despite looking like a rag. Why are you talking nonsense after surviving because of someone else? So. Calm down. I was wrong. Hold your anger, Saze. Shut up and lie down if you understand. Yes. Tang So managed to subdue them in an instant, picked up the needle longer than a person's palm, and plunged it into the patient's bodies. ACKKKK. Quiet. At that time, Hyun-young, who was shriveled in the corner, couldn't resist An Jiam's notice and cleared his throat as he approached Tang So-so. That's So-so. Yes, Elder. Everyone's faces were horribly distorted as Tang So-so's face and tone suddenly changed. In the noisy place, So-so rolled her eyes and spoke out loud. Why? What? It's nothing. Tang So-so, who had subdued him with shining eyes, smiled again and spoke to Hyun-sang. You called? All right. How are the kids doing? Some have been seriously injured, but as long as the wounds don't worsen, I don't think there will be any major problems. Some need to rest for several months. And Tang So-so shook her head as she finished her sentence. Everyone had so many pills and elixirs that they are recovering quickly. There are already Se-hyungs whose wounds are healing. Everyone should be able to wake up in about 15 days. I am really glad. Hyun-sang breathed a deep sigh of relief. There was a time when he was a bit dissatisfied with Chung-young pushing the pills onto the kids. This was because there was a concern that excessive internal qi, which didn't go well with the body, would destroy the balance of the sword and internal qi. However, when the situation unfolded like this, he felt a desire to harshly scold his past self, who had been upset by this. What was the importance of balance? First, one needed to be alive to even contemplate balance or anything else. Phew. Right, then I hope you assist more. Yes, Elder. Don't worry. Tang So-so smiled brightly and again began to work with the bandages and needles. Come on, Elder. Elder, it hurts so much, though. But Hyun-sang didn't give them a chance, instead choosing to walk away. Se-hyung. Hyun-young approached him. Wouldn't it be chaotic if we don't pursue the bandits who escaped? They're such people. I think they could cause trouble again. Hyun-sang's face turned stiff as he sighed. Although all the bloodhounds were dealt with, more than half of the Green Forest bandits had escaped. There were many whom Chung-young chased after and knocked him down. Still, even if it was too late, it seemed impossible for Chung-young alone to catch all the Green Forest bandits who had run away. Ads by Pub Future. It would be right to do it, but then... Hyun-sang, who was worried, glanced at the disciples who gathered around the injured and shook his head. Pursuing could cause more harm to us if we are careless. Moreover, we will have to split up to chase down all those who fled. I don't want any more risks for us. The most important thing for me is the safety of the disciples. Se-hyung is right. Hyun-young, who seemed to want to say something, nodded his head in agreement. If we did this much, won't the problems of the Green Forest King get resolved? Their eyes turned to the side where Im So-byung was supposed to be. Green Forest King. I believe that you would definitely save me. Just how much you had to endure. Im So-byung, who had freed his supporters from the bandit prison, comforted those who were sobbing. Everyone worked hard. No. We were so foolish not to have protected you. I thought I was lucky because you were still alive, but seeing you return safe and sound makes me feel so at ease. Im So-byung nodded with a heavy expression. If Go-hong had killed them all, the situation would have been even more desperate. Although they were injured, it didn't seem like Go-hong intended to kill. It seems like Go-hong hadn't completely lost his reasoning. These were the people who ran the Green Forest bandits and were important for managing the Green Forest. With these people rebuilding the Green Forest, things wouldn't be too difficult. I know everyone is happy, but now isn't the time for this. It's urgent, so first, I need to know what happened while I was away. Yes. I will move right away. Perhaps they didn't need further explanation because they were close to him. After assessing the situation, Im So-byung turned around. And Hyun-sang, along with Hyun-young, quickly approached Im So-byung. The Green Forest King, who had been squatting, then suddenly knelt down. Huck. Ah. Hyun-sang was scared and quickly grabbed the man, pulling him up. But instead of getting up, Im So-byung fell flat on his stomach and slammed his head. The grace of Mount Hua is as long as the river. Why are you doing this? How can such a high-ranked person do something like this? I am someone who has nothing to give. Please, at least let me express my gratitude. Ha! It was a truly heartwarming sight. It would have ended that way if there was no voice that intervened. You have nothing to give. Chung-young glared at Im So-byung, which made him tremble. No, that is what I said. Taoist Chung-young, I don't have many lives. Will I really take back everything after I promised? Hee. Right. Chung-young grinned and gently scratched the back of his head as if questioning when he had glared at him. I was worried that things had gotten over your head just because you regained your title of Green Forest King. Then, it would turn out to be quite annoying, right? Annoying. Instead of answering that, Chung-young pointed to Bun Chung. He will get anxious. Im So Byung looked at Bon Chung and then at Chang Myung. If I die, that bastard is the next king. From his words, it felt like they would kill him and put Bon Chung in the position of Green Forest. Of course, it was nonsense, but when had that person lived just doing common sense things? That will never happen. Never. There won't be any trouble regarding it. Why are you being like this? Between us, trust me. You trust me, right? No. His eyes didn't say they believed him. Those eyes. Im So Byung stood up and sighed. Ads by Pub Future. I will inform you that the main force has collapsed, and I just declared that I am retaking the position. It normally takes about 15 days for everything to get normalized. After that time, the promise will be kept. Chang Myung nodded. I understand. Right. Then I have a lot to do. Yes. Chang Myung watched as Im So Byung walked away with his men. The bandits also began to clean things up. I gained a lot. First of all, they had one. And he had experienced people who were willing to risk their lives and fight. There would have been no more valuable experience like this for disciples. They must have been full of doubts now, but in the end, their win would forever stay in their hearts and create confidence within. Along with this, there is fame. The outcome of this battle would resound around the world. For the first time since the competition, the name of Mount Hua would be talked about once again. Even this time, Mount Hua's achievement cannot be looked down upon as the victory of certain individuals. If one considered it, they might label this as the best outcome achieved. Chang Myung. Yes. Do you have any idea who those bloodhounds might be? Chang Myung slightly furrowed his brow at Hyun-Yang's question. Well, I don't believe there are just a few people like that. Right. Hyun-Yang nodded with a puzzled expression as if he couldn't help but concur. Indeed. They were troublesome. Hyun-Yang seemed to share Chang Myung's sentiment. Perhaps this battle was slightly different from what Mount Hua had envisioned. They couldn't be certain, but it felt. Chang Myung. Just a moment. Bak Chon signaled Chang Myung. Chang Myung tilted his head and rose. Bak Chon led him to a corner and spoke with a serious expression. This is my opinion. The energy of those in the bloody robes, it felt similar to what we've encountered before. It's not identical, but this is just my gut feeling. Chang Myung quietly observed Bak Chon with a slightly intrigued expression. Sasso. For now, let's consider it a speculation. Because nothing is definite. Bak Chon, observing the expression, quietly nodded. Right. I understand what you're saying. The bodies of the men were now stacked up. Chang Myung stated. Right, it is what it is, well. Nothing. Chang Myung's eyes darkened as he walked away from Bak Chon. It seems like Sasok has a sense of it. And Chang Myung's lips twisted into a smile. Right. No matter how much you try to conceal your identity, the scent cannot be hidden. His gaze drifted somewhere beyond the mountains. It was as if he was seeing someone who couldn't normally be seen. Chapter 597. Huek. Hook. Hook. Li Jongbang ran until his legs gave out. I need to escape. Even if the other bandits were caught, they might only end up with the basic punishment, but he wouldn't get that. Being close to Go Hong and acting as his assistant, he wouldn't be treated like the others. It was clear that if he were caught, he would be killed. Even if Mount Hua had spared him, Im So Byung would never have done that. When it came to cruelty, no one was worse than Im So Byung. So he had to run until his legs gave out to escape from them. What a damn lunatic. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't hold back his curses. If his leader had just listened to his advice and chosen to retreat, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. But that idiot, whose insane advice did he follow to have such confidence? Just what? Who was the him he kept talking about? The fact that he was ignoring Li Jongbang's words meant that this was someone Go Hong knew, and so did he. Considering that he managed to predict what would happen, it was quite detailed. Then how? Yuk. No, that wasn't the time for that. First, he had to get to a place where he wouldn't be followed. Swish. Crack. Kei-kui. Suddenly, Li Jongbang fell down, screaming as if his throat was being torn apart. Considering the speed at which he was running, he should have been rolling on the ground, but his body couldn't move an inch from where he fell. This was because a spear that flew from somewhere had pierced his thigh and went deep into the ground. Ack! ACKKKKK. As he screamed, he reached out his hand and grabbed the spear stuck in his thigh. But he couldn't pull it out, no matter how much he tried. Instead, it only increased the pain. Just what? What perplexed him more than the pain from the wound was the identity of the person who had hurled the long spear. If Mount Hua had been pursuing him, they would have used a sword, not a spear. At that moment, step, step. The sound of people approaching him from behind resonated through the air, and then figures appeared. TSK. Just a bit of fright, and people react like this. It was spoken in a tranquil tone. However, at that point, Li Jongbang stiffened like a mouse in front of a snake. Despite the voice not being hostile, he felt the most fear from this. Step, step. Those serene steps echoed a little more before halting in front of Li Jongbang. When Li Jongbang turned his trembling eyes to the side, he saw these flamboyant shoes. The kind that was too ostentatious, which would be quite burdensome for them to wear. And this realization made his heart sink. He couldn't even breathe. Nevertheless, his gaze shifted upward as if he were entranced. That blood-red robe had a tiger design threaded into it. The pure white hands exposed beneath the red sleeves were adorned with a brightly shining ring and a colorful bracelet, gleaming to the fullest. A woman? No, not at all. This person's physique was too robust to be a woman's. Then... Hoo. Li Jongbang's mouth opened in horror. Although he couldn't see the face, he could think of just one person. Those flashy clothes and accessories. There was just one person who would dress like. And finally, he managed to catch a slight glimpse of the man's face. The thin lips, which were red as if they were painted with blood, made the look truly captivating. And that bridge of the nose, which felt masculine. And the eyes beneath those thin-lined eyebrows looked so profound that no one could discern what the man was thinking. The moment he finally saw the golden crown on the neatly combed head, a groan escaped from Li Jongbang. Ah, jang dash eel at novel and at. TSK. The man who squatted in front of Li Jongbang poked his forehead with a delicate finger. Is it alright for you to carelessly call me by my name? Li Jongbang hastily covered his mouth with both hands. Still, he spoke through his hands. He couldn't help it. If anyone were to face that man, they would react the same way. The reason was quite simple. Because the man in front of him was Jang Il-so, the leader of the 10,000 People clan. The emperor of true evil. There were countless ways to describe him, but none would ever fit this man perfectly. The language was too crude and words too trivial to describe him. Why? Why is this man here? No way. Jang Il-so stared at Li Jongbang, who was scared, and said, Is Go Hong dead? Shouldn't you answer? Why yes. Yes. He is dead. To whom? Mount Hua's divine dragon. I wasn't sure, but I think it is him. It has to be him. The words wasn't sure and has to be can be put together. But Li Jongbang, who was now cornered, didn't care about such errors. Why is Jang Il-so appearing here? His heart pounded as if it would burst. Although he wasn't sad now, he was still crying. If they saw you here, the bandits would all feel really embarrassed. And the others? What others? Was he talking about the bloodhounds? M must be dead. Jang Il-so's expression subtly changed as he asked. And M So Baong? Yes, he is alive. Right now, he is alive. So then M So Baong will take the throne of the Green Forest King once again. Right. Yes, that is. I told them not to go ahead and kill recklessly in front of the Green Forest King, but they did it again. Mount Hua has saved the Green Forest King, who will rule again. No, the Heavenly Friends Alliance will swallow it all now. Just as I thought. Jang Il-so smiled. His finger touched Li Jongbang's forehead and slowly applied pressure. Did you say your name was Li Jongbang? Li Jongbang's eyes widened in surprise, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Why? Why did this man know him? No matter how well known his name was, he was less significant than dust on shoes. There was no reason for Jang Il-so to remember his name. So why? TSK. Having been around that fool like Go Hong, I understand how much you must have suffered. At least if you had followed your words, you wouldn't have died so foolishly, right? Li Jongbang couldn't even respond. Anything he said would only give the man a reason to kill him. If he said yes, it would be like insulting Jang Il-so and saying no meant that he made a mistake. Shouldn't you answer? I. This man, seriously. Jang Il-so clicked his tongue as if he felt sorry for the man who was trembling beneath him. Do we really need to catch the pod and kill it? You make me out to be a very bad person. Ah, no. Not at all, leader. Absolutely not. Oh ho. You recognize me then? If you have eyes and ears, how could I not recognize the leader? Those who don't recognize you should have their eyes gouged out and ears torn. That sure tickles me. Jang Il-so wore a bright smile, as if he was delighted. But what do I do? It can be known anywhere that I was here. Well, I didn't see anything either. Even if I saw it, I wouldn't be able to speak. If you don't believe me, just pull my tongue out. If I pull out your tongue, can you write? See, cut my hands. Leader, if you don't believe me, you can do all that. Man. Didn't I tell you? You make me out to be a bad person. But I'm not the bad. T then. I knew enough to know that you were being sincere. I have a pretty accurate eye for people. I knew you wouldn't tell anyone. As he finally saw himself living, tears welled up in Li Jongbang's eyes. He lived. Even if he had escaped the jaws of a tiger, he wouldn't have been this happy. Wasn't this area in front of Jang Il-so worse than a tiger's jaws? Could it be a tiger's stomach? At that time, Jang Il-so's red lips opened. But there is just one problem here. Ah. Puig. Soon, his finger pierced through the forehead of Li Jongbang. Li Jongbang, with the finger stuck inside him, looked in shock at Jang Il-so, unable to believe, and fell down. He slowly stopped breathing. The problem is that I don't trust people. Jang Il-so wiped the blood off his fingers with a cloth and stood up. Looks like Mount Hua did a pretty good task. Then, Ho Ga-myung, the poison-hearted monster, approached him with an indifferent look. Leader. Ah. I really do not understand this. A considerable amount of money and effort went into making those troops. Was there any need to waste so much money in the first place? TSK. Ga-myung. Yes, leader. This is the problem with you. Didn't I always say it? Ah. In order to gain something, you need to lose something. Jang Il-so, with his back to him, looked intently at the distant mountain peak and said, The one called Go Hong might look strong, but in reality, he isn't much different from a coward. If he was truly confident in his skills, he would have tried to kill him Sabayang already. But doesn't the fact that he has been careful until now and taken my help means that he was timid? Right. If he hadn't been given a stick to wave, he would have never betrayed the Green Forest at all. He would have never moved. No, Ga-myung had other thoughts. Even if Go Hong had been offered more troops, he would have refused outright. It worked out because Jang Il-so had spoken the words. The war between Green Forest and the 10,000 people clan was always ongoing. In such a situation, if the enemy leader came in person and gave trustworthy words, it would be shocking. This was only possible because of Jang Il-so. It was something only Jang Il-so could do. As a foolish person, I am not someone who can understand the picture that the leader drew. It will not be difficult. It is just a matter of following the principles. Jang Il-so raised his fingertips, examined them, and spoke. That was when this shadow formed. If there is something to gain, there is something to lose. When there is light, there is shadow. If those people are those who dare to be light, wouldn't it be so bad to throw some firewood for them to burn bright? Wouldn't the shadow deepen with that? Now, Green Forest have become friends with Mount Hua. Isn't this the result of the enemy getting stronger? So, it surely holds meaning, right? Ho Ga-myung shook his head as if he couldn't find any reason. He was a man who had mastered the art of war, but Jang Il-so had his own means of finding solutions, and they weren't through normal strategy. At times like this, Ho Ga-myung realized how insignificant learning things through books was in the face of a gifted person. Let's head back. I would like to send a gift, but to do that, I have to work, right? I have no choice but to congratulate myself for figuring things out like this. A shame. Jang Il-so turned around with Ho Ga-myung sighing and following him. Ah, and... Yes. Have you checked the family members of the troops? Half of them were orphans, and most weren't on good terms with their families. Isn't that the price of bringing together such people? I see. Then give the money to those with families. Do we have to? Tish. Jang Il-so frowned slightly, and Ho Ga-myung bowed his head. I will do as you asked. You can buy a person's heart with a few coins, and it's a business with plenty for us. Yes, leader. Jang Il-so took out a pouch made of golden thread and lightly tossed it to Ho Ga-myung. Add it to the money being paid. Yes. Having said everything he wanted to say, Jang Il-so walked away calmly. Ho Ga-myung glanced at the peak where the Green Forest bandits were located. Such pitiful bastards. No one would even know who had been behind this plan. And by the time anyone realized that fact, they would find there was no escape from this snake tightening its grip around their body. But it wasn't their fault. That was just how Jang Il-so was. The Lord, Jang Il-so. The snake that was making a mockery of the world broke its silence and began to move.
frustrated. Trust me, I've got...
Chapter 598. The Green Forest returned to normal faster than expected. In reality, there wasn't much to do. As long as the remaining traitors from the main force were arrested and the scattered rebels were removed, most of the problems were almost resolved. What was crucial was to restore the contacts that had been lost during Go Hong's occupation and to process the tasks that had been delayed. Im So Baong was frantically busy, but the disciples of Mount Hua had nothing to do. The problem was, oh my. If left alone, I won't be able to travel 10 miles before I get sick. Let go. Won't you let go? Won't let go. I cannot let go. The issue was that Im So Baong blocked the return of Mount Hua with tears in his eyes. This is real. Twig. Chang Yang kicked Im So Baong so hard that he was thrown against the wall. No. Destroy the bandits. Bring back Green Forest. Kill Go Hong. I have done everything you asked of me, but you are so shameless that you ask for more. I am not asking for anything more from you. I am just asking you to stay a few more days. Just a few more. We will make sure to prepare a warm bed and a tasty meal for all. If that happened, we would be bandits. Are we bandits? Ha ha. Doesn't it all depend on how one thinks? If you are someone who has realized the way of Tao, even a hard bed is like a bed of golden duck feathers, and a rough meal is like heaven brought. Keep going. I want to hear just how far your words can go. Sorry. Im So Baong quickly lowered his head. And he admitted it honestly. As I already told you, the Green Forest has no troops right now. If others attack me before the friendly troops arrive, my head will be blown off. No, that is not something a person called the Green Forest King should say. Isn't the Green Forest King bound to death? Whether it's the Green Forest King or the Jade Emperor, everyone dies if a sword is put to their throat. Those who were observing the situation from the sidelines grumbled at this sight. Wow, Chang Yang is being defeated in words. Oh God, in my life, I have never seen Chang Yang this speechless. Honestly, no one can win against that. No matter how flawless a person was with impeccable logic and speech, they simply cannot defeat those who have given up everything. Im So Baong was proving that now. Ugh, so when will they come? 2 days. It will take just 2 days. I sent all the messengers, so everyone will come like rain clouds in 2 days. People with that kind of loyalty would have already helped. Then 3 days. No, 4 days. This man. Act. Chang Yang, who kicked Im So Baong once again, gritted his teeth. I knew it, there is nothing useful about you. It was at that moment that Chang Yang was ready to unleash his fury on Im So Baong. And no. I am a friend of Mount Hua. A high-pitched voice came from the entrance of the lodges. Chang Yang frowned as he turned his head and saw a beggar surrounded by bandits. Ads by Pub Future. What now? I didn't come here to spy. Sati, these are my real clothes, okay? And it's because I am poor, I belong to the Beggars Union Act. Why are you holding that blade to someone else's throat? This familiar beggar raised his hand with a pale face. Chang Yang just covered his face as he sighed. At that moment, the beggar who also saw him was delighted. Oh, Mount Hua's divine dragon. Say something to these people. These bandits know, these bigots are trying to murder me. Let that person in. I know them. Yes. The bandits also saw and heard his words, so as soon as Chang Yang finished speaking, they abandoned the beggar. The beggar shrugged his shoulders and adjusted his clothes. Did you see that? I am friends with Mount Hua's divine dragon, friends. Hong Dai Quang, who shrugged his shoulders in pride, ran to Chang Yang with a look of victory. However, Chang Yang asked rather bluntly, why are you here now? How can you sharpen a needle without a thread? Chang Yang just sighed at those words. I don't have a single normal person around me. Just how did the world come to this? Regardless of how Chang Yang felt, Hong Dai Quang only exclaimed and looked around in awe. You really defeated Go Hong and his troops. It was nothing. No. It is something amazing. Hong Dai Quang nodded and spoke with a serious look. Although others might not realize it, Hong Dai Quang was a person who knew how strong Mount Hua was. Since Mount Hua's divine dragon stepped forward with Mount Hua, he already knew the outcome of this subjugation. But the outcomes of this matter will play a significant role. When he saw the results with his own eyes, his heart began to pound, and he became tense. The Great Star Bandits had made a great reputation for themselves. Not only that, the mountain they were standing on was known to be surrounded by other smaller yet terrifying bandits. People were warned to never get close to this mountain. Don't you realize what it means for you to have subjugated the bandits in this place? What does it mean? That subjugation is possible. When Chang Yang suddenly looked annoyed, Hong Dae-kwang quickly threw his hands up. No, at least listen till the end. Don't just glare at me with eyes that are asking, what is this idiot saying now? Exclamation mark. Well, at least you have good insight. Out. Hong Dae-kwang scratched his head, feeling like he would die. In any case, the reason why people didn't express any complaints even though they suffered from large bandits was because of their name. You're saying useless things again. No, I didn't mean it like that. The Great Star Bandits are known to be feared even by the justice sects. Ah. Chang Yang scratched his chin at those odd words. Well, people who didn't know Kango might think like this. But what would the people think now with Mount Hua coming out and cutting the head of Go Hong and destroying their base? Mount Hua brought things to an end. Ads by Pub Future. No. Of course, that too, but... Hong Dae-kwang quietly said. Wouldn't it be natural for the unfavorable views to be cast on the justice factions, which only watched and never acted against Go Hong and his evil deeds? Mount Hua, known to come from far off Shaanxi, destroyed the base of the bandits, but Wu Dang and Shaolin, who were closer than him, didn't take a step from their temples. Oh. Right. If this rumor spreads in earnest, then the 9 great sects and 5 families will surely have upset stomachs. In true words, they can be called screwed. That is true. At the same time, the sound of giggling rang out. Looking at the 2 people giggling, it looked like 2 thugs were up to no good. Yoon Jong, who was watching this, looked at Bak Chon. Sasuk. Ah. Doesn't Hong Dae-kwang belong to the Beggars' Union, which is under the 9 great sects? Right. Why does he like this so much, then? If we think about it, he is screwed too. How can I know? Bak Chon smiled. That's what. We aren't connected under the same sect, so how can someone who chases after Chang Yang be alright? Now I suddenly understand it. Hong Dae-kwang, who had no way of knowing what others were thinking about him, continued to smile. That's why I'm saying you did a good job. Well, then, I guess everything is fine. Ah. Are all the preparations complete? Preparations? Hong Dae-kwang, who couldn't understand for a moment, tilted his head and quickly grasped what he meant. Ah, those preparations. Of course. I was so busy getting things ready that I missed the fight. If it hadn't been for that, I would have just... As Hong Dae-kwang reached for the baton on his belt, the bandits behind him glared at him, making him flinch and retract his hand with an awkward smile. I saw a deer passing by. Stop spouting nonsense. Chang Yang cut him off. We need to handle this properly. Hong Dae-kwang pounded his chest with a fist. Just trust me, Mount Hua's divine dragon. Just me. One needs faith to trust. Chang Yang shook his head and then turned to Bak Chon. Sasuk. Ah. We were supposed to return to Mount Hua immediately after this. Yes. There will be a slight change in plans. Ads by Pub Future. Why now? Chang Yang pointed to Hong Dae-kwang with his chin. Didn't you hear what that beggar said? They claimed that because we defeated the bandit group, the reputation of the 9 great sects was tarnished. So, Chang Yang grinned. If we want to accomplish something, we need to do it ourselves. If we're going to do anything, we need to do it right. Now that things have turned out this way, we have to go all the way to the Great Star Mountain and eliminate all the remaining bandits. Wouldn't the 9 great sects be cursed even more then? Just why? Where did his deep-rooted resentment for the 9 great sects come from? He even wants to bother the leftover bandits. Anyway, that's what I want. At a novel burn at that. The disciples of Mount Hua, who suddenly found themselves on a new path and unable to return to Mount Hua, glared at Hong Dae-kwang with eyes filled with resentment. Hong Dae-kwang, who flinched at their stares, quickly turned away to avoid their gazes. Then I will go finish the work. Okay then. Well, when you go to the mountain, you have to take me with you. Don't leave me behind this time. I understand. Chang Yang watched Hong Dae-kwang as he ran down the mountain. At that moment, Im So Baung stealthily approached him. You're leaving in 4 days. Chang Yang simply looked up at the sky in a dazed manner and mumbled. Sehyang. Sect leader Sehyang. Can I just beat all these people up? The news that Mount Hua had ascended Mount Hyong and eradicated all 3 mountain bandit groups, including their main base, spread faster than the wind. Jiangsu was a transportation hub where all kinds of commercial activities were done. Even if left alone, rumors were bound to spread quickly. Moreover, Hong Dae-kwang had mobilized all available resources, both existent and non-existent, and the beggars had spread the news around. As a result, it took just 2 days for the news to spread throughout the entire Central Plains. Those who heard the rumors couldn't help but be excited about the great alliance they were hearing about for the first time. Ha! A large bandit union. Are they saying that Mount-hua alone subdued them? But why does it sound so odd? Why would the Mount-hua-sect in Shaanxi come all the way here to take down bandits? Why? Mount-hua had to step in because those nearby didn't subdue them. From what I heard, the Green Forest King asked for help. Who cares? So, if the King of Green Forest had asked Shaolin or Wudang for a favor, would those who were sleeping have come forward? The Green Forest King must have had his reasons for asking Mount-hua. That is true. To put it bluntly, how much damage did people suffer from those bandits? How many people died? Right. That's correct. To subdue those people, it was said that Mount-hua was once the world's brightest sect, and as expected, its fame never faded. Wonderful. Truly amazing. As soon as the conversation ended, a person listening nearby shouted as if a thought had struck him. Now that I think about it, didn't they say that if the subjugation went well, the Green Forest would no longer harm people, right? Is that so? I think I heard something like that. Then I am happy. What more could we ask for if this happens? Words that were lightly caught in the wind circulated around the world again and again. When two or more people spoke together, they all mentioned Mount-hua and praised its deeds. Of course, some cynical people criticized the fact that Mount-hua was getting along well with the Green Forest. However, arguing against the visible achievement of conquering the bandit base was hard. The news spread as if it had wings and eventually reached all of the 9 great sects. Chapter 599. Wudang Sect. Swish. Swish. A pure white cloth moved slowly and gently over the pine-patterned ancient sword. The blade was already so well maintained that it seemed to need no further polishing. Still, the person there polished it seriously, as if this was a ritual in their life. After gazing at the blade, which was as clean as a mirror, for a long time, he slowly set it down. Phew. He sighed. The sword was clean, yet his mind was not. At that moment, he heard a noise from outside. Sect leader, are you inside? It is Hio Sanya. Wudang's sect leader, Elder Hioda, slowly raised his head, looked at the door, and asked. What is this about? There is something the sect leader needs to know. Come in then. Elder Hiodu pushed the sword into its place and set it aside. Soon, Hio Sanya stepped in and bowed. Sect leader. He hesitated slightly as he began to speak. It is said that the Mount-hua sect went to Mount Hyong and subdued all the bandits there, including the Great Star bandits, who were trying to take over the Green Forest. From what I heard, there was very little damage to Mount-hua, and all 3 bandit groups were subjugated. Ultimately, Elder Hiodu couldn't hold back a groan and grumbled. Mount-hua again. Most of the news he heard these days was about Mount-hua. Actually, if one thought about it logically, it should end be like this. Wudang's position was to be at the top of the world and observe everything. It was also a place where he wouldn't have to listen to any rumor floating around in the world. So, to be precise, it had to be said that among all the news, the one that bothered him the most and made him uncomfortable was about Mount-hua. You said there were no major injuries. Yes. It is supposed to be like that. From what I gathered, all the disciples of Mount-hua were safe. I also understand that the second-class disciples were all wielding swords. Is that correct? According to what has been said, that is accurate. Elder Hiodo's face stiffened at this. So, those who we regard as children in Wudang, they subdued 3 groups of mountain bandits and suffered no injuries. Hio Sanya didn't respond. He knew that the question wasn't meant to be answered. Mount-hua, the Mount-hua sect. Elder Hiodo's face remained calm as he continued to mutter, and then it darkened. I always suspected that this place was unusual. It was undeniable that the second-class disciples of Mount-hua had outperformed those of Wudang. Hadn't they already witnessed this repeatedly? However, this incident directly demonstrated that their strength was significantly greater than what the world perceived it to be. I cannot comprehend them. Elder Hiodu spoke in a low voice. Even if we gathered the most talented children in the world and trained them, they wouldn't be able to develop like that. So how did Mount-hua, which was on the verge of dissolution, manage to nurture their disciples in this manner? For some reason, Elder Hiodo's face, which rarely changed, now showed signs of aging. He knew it wasn't true, but every time he heard about the inexplicable growth of Mount-hua, it felt as if the world was blaming him for Wudang's incompetence and his own. Elder Hioda, who was taking deep breaths and trying to suppress his anxiety, looked at Hio Sanya. Is there anything else to report? Ads by Pub Future. That. Hio Sanya hesitated for a moment before reluctantly speaking. Some people are criticizing our sect because of this. Criticizing? Yes. Why would a sect be criticized for the actions of others? That even though we were not too far from the bandits, we merely watched them without subjugating them. Elder Hioda, at a loss for words, now understood. Indeed, the bandits of Great Star were close to Wudang, and both were located in the same Hubei region. All this time those who thought it was something Wudang couldn't even do seemed to have changed their minds when Mount Hua came all the way from Shaanxi and destroyed them. How could this happen? Elder Hyodo's voice rose. Aren't those bandits part of the Green Forest? If we subjugate them, then it's like declaring war against the Green Forest. Isn't the reason Mount Hua managed to subdue the bandits because they were confident the Green Forest wouldn't wage war against them? Great Star bandits. Those bandits could have been swept away at any time if Wudang had stepped in. But they were one of the 72 mountain bandits under the Green Forest. No matter how strong Wudang was, it wasn't an easy task for them to deal with all 72 bandit groups. If the other sects had helped, it wouldn't have been so difficult to subjugate the Green Forest, but it was clear that the other sects would just watch and wait for Wudang to exhaust itself. Then how could Wudang alone subdue the bandits? Of course. But then, Hyo-sana let out a deep sigh. The problem is that those who speak do not consider the details. Looking at it from the outside, isn't it true that Mount Hua did take down the bandits who were within Wudang's jurisdiction? Elder Hyodu suppressed his rising anger and closed his eyes tightly. As Hyo-sana said, expecting ordinary people to understand such a deep conflict was unreasonable. They only saw what they wanted to see. Praises for Mount Hua echoed to the heavens. Everywhere we went, all we heard were conversations about Mount Hua. It made me wonder if someone was deliberately spreading these tales. Ha! Elder Hyodu exhaled roughly and clenched his fists. We can't just sit back and do nothing. As Mount Hua's reputation grew, Wudang would suffer the consequences. First, we need to pacify the public sentiment. Prepare the disciples. Why the disciples? Wasn't Mount Hyong where the bandits were defeated? There should be some bandits left. It's late, but should NTW at least make a show of action? That. I know. It's a childish move, and nothing will change. But it's better to repair the barn even if we lose a few cows than to sit idle and do nothing. It's not that. Hyo-sanya, who looked uneasy, spoke softly. That word is that Mount Hua is heading towards Mount Great Star. They're going where? Yes. Why? As you said, to clean up any remnants of the bandits. Clench. Elder Hyodu shattered the corner of the table. This. Ads by Pub Future. As his face reddened, Hyo-sanya fell silent. He had observed the sect leader all his life, but he had never seen him this furious. Not just Wudang, but the entire 9 great sects have been shamed. Mount Hua. Damn, Mount Hua. His anger wasn't solely because Mount Hua had acted where they should have. In any case, a bandit group without a leader is bound to scatter and reform. Even though Hyodu knew this, he still made an effort to appease the public sentiment. And there was no way Mount Hua wasn't aware of this fact. In other words, Mount Hua's actions were calculated to exploit the situation and tarnish Wudang's reputation. Why did this even happen? It was unbelievable that a small fight against bandits could make things this complicated. No. It was also like that during the Worldly Martial Arts Tournament. Had anything happened as expected once Mount Hua was involved? They gained fame by crushing the 9 sects, so now they are trying to take advantage of their pace. Then soon, the Heavenly Friend Alliance will also come out. Not good. This is very bad. Originally, he wouldn't have attracted much attention, but as Mount Hua did this, the eyes of the entire Central Plains were now focused on Mount Hua. Naturally, the entire Central Plains would be focused on the formation of the Alliance. The Alliance hadn't received much attention, and Mount Hua would have to make years of effort to make it known. Now was the best opportunity to let the entire world know it. Performance created a reputation, and reputation attracted attention. And this led to influence. With this small act, the influence of Mount Hua and the Heavenly Friends Alliance would have exceeded what Elder Hyodu had originally intended. I cannot sit by and watch this any longer. Elder Hyoda, who was lost in thought, jumped up. Get things ready. I am going to Shaolin. Shaolin? Yes. His eyes shone. I need to meet the abbot. What did you say? They cannot be stopped. The eyes of Hyodu lost their calmness at the cool words of the abbot. And the expression of the abbot facing the elder was very gentle. Abbot. Yes, sect leader. Are you saying that not knowing the consequences of what will happen from now? Elder Hyodu gave a cold look at the abbot. That thing called the Heavenly Friends Alliance isn't a place that we can take lightly. Although various sects are coming together, we need to be wary of the fact that the western part of the Central Plains is entering. In the west, the Kunlun sect, Qingcheng, and Ma existed. Even if they tried, the west wasn't entirely theirs. Isn't that more of a problem then? Unable to handle it, Elder Hyoda shouted. If an alliance arises there, conflict with the existing sects will become inevitable. I am saying this because it will divide the strong sects. At a time when the remnants of the demonic sect have been stirred in the North Sea, should we be fighting amongst ourselves? Even though he was shouting in anger, the abbot's expression was as serene as a calm lake. What does the sect leader want to do then? Stop them. Elder Hyodu said with a stern face. We need to prevent them from gaining any more fame or increasing their power to disrupt the world. Isn't that truly for the benefit of Kango? The abbot slowly pushed the teacup towards Elder Hyodu. First, he was asking the man to calm down. Ads by Pub Future. Elder Hyodu looked at the steaming teacup with a stern gaze. There was a moment of silence. The abbot was the first to break the long silence. It isn't that I don't understand the feelings of the sect leader who ran all the way here. But it isn't something I can handle. Sects that aren't part of the 9 great sects are coming together and forming an alliance. What justification do we have to stop them? At the words of the abbot, Elder Hyodu asked in an ice-cold tone. You cannot stop it. Or you won't. The abbot didn't respond. This isn't just my opinion. There are a lot of people who think that this alliance isn't good for the land. It is just that no one is speaking about it. At a novel but at. But if the abbot continues to do this, I will have no other choice. Elder Hyodu jumped up from his place. I enjoyed the tea. Sect leader. Look after yourself, let's meet again, abbot. Without waiting for his response, he left. The abbot, left alone, turned his attention to the untouched teacup in front of Elder Hyodu. Abbot. A monk entered through the wide-open door and looked at him. The sect leader. He departed without a backward glance. He appears to be an impatient individual. As the abbot lowered his head, the monk spoke in a low voice. I didn't intend to eavesdrop, but his voice was so loud that I couldn't help but overhear. How could I silence that voice? The abbot responded nonchalantly. The monk lowered his head and cautiously spoke. Abbot. I don't believe the sect leader's words were entirely incorrect. Is that so? Yes. The one who prevents the Heavenly Friends Alliance from. The abbot quietly raised his head and looked at the monk. Is it because the alliance will disrupt Kango? Will it not? Or is it because you fear the alliance will usurp the fame and power we currently wield? Consider this. The abbot chuckled. Mount-Hua's divine dragon, who brazenly demands money, is pure-hearted. He spoke of Kango's safety and the people's peace, but his innermost desire was to never relinquish what he held. And I am no different. After a deep sigh, the abbot turned towards the window and gazed at the sky. However, he couldn't shake off his suspicions. It all seems too perfect. Things should happen this smoothly. Everything was proceeding flawlessly as if orchestrated for Mount-Hua and the alliance. This was unachievable with Mount-Hua's strength alone. Didn't it seem like someone was bolstering Mount-Hua's power? Amitabha. The abbot closed his eyes in displeasure. Perhaps everything has already commenced. When he opened his eyes again, dark clouds were gathering in the distant sky. Chapter 600. These bastards. How dare they run? Disciples of Mount-Hua, dressed in black uniforms adorned with vivid plum blossom patterns, chased after the bandits with gleaming eyes. ACKKK. Spare us. We promised to live good lives. The bandits fled, screaming, but unfortunately, those pursuing them knew nothing of mercy. Who wants to die? Won't you stand still? Stand still. That's the worst thing to do in this situation. If you keep running, won't you get killed? Faced with these bloody threats, the bandits ran, saliva dripping from their mouths. These senseless bastards. Suddenly, Taoists who had invaded their mountain to capture the remnants of the bandit troops were on their heels. Don't these bastards have any mercy? The bandits were brutally beaten and fled in tears. If there was anything called a heart, wasn't it basic to give a person a reasonable amount of time to gather their belongings and run? However, these people, who wouldn't even bleed from a needle prick, rushed into the mountain without giving them time, occupied the place, and chased him down. You bastards are worse than beggars. No, what is that bastard? Such harsh words. As the eyes of the Mount-Hua disciples flared, they chased even faster. No matter how hard they ran, a bandit was a bandit. It was impossible to escape the Mount-Hua disciples chasing after them. Tark. ACKKKK. In the end, a bandit was struck hard on the back of the head with a sword sheath and collapsed on the spot. A Mount-Hua disciple who had been running jumped on his back and began to pound on his head. Say that again, you bastard. Ack. Taoist. Ack. I was wrong. Quack Ho, who had been happily hitting the back of the bandit's head, clicked his tongue and tied the bandit's hands with the rope he had prepared earlier. If you're so confident, give it a try. He'll end your life right here. The other bandits who have fled were also captured by the disciples of Mount-Hua. Why are you running so hard if you're just going to get caught? Just surrender now. You wouldn't be able to run though, would you bastard? Although the bandits were enraged, they didn't dare to retort. These people were so different from the Justice sect they had dealt with until now. Was this right? What Justice sect were they from? The faces of all those captured were swollen. Even the evil sect didn't beat people like this. What kind of Taoists are these people? How dare this bastard roll his eyes? And no. I didn't do that. So, you think I saw it wrong? That. Quack Ho was enraged. At that time, the other disciples behind him stopped him. Sehyung, there's no time for that. We have to move quickly. If we're too late, Changyang will cause another mess. Quack Ho, looking at the rising sun, groaned. Right. Let's get this done quickly. Yes. Ads by Pub Future. The disciples of Mount Hua managed to subdue all the remnants and led the bandits in a line to the main base. There are more than I thought. Right. In the center of the main base, which seemed twice as big as the Green Forest Manor, the disciples of Mount Hua drew their swords around them and didn't even slow down in keeping guard. Quack Ho dragged the bandits he had captured with him and went to Bak Chon. Sasuk. We caught them. Bak Chon looked at the swollen faces of the bandits and seemed confused. You hit them a lot. These bastards kept talking. Quack Ho, you're a Taoist. Did it make sense to throw punches at them just because they were speaking? Especially for a Taoist. Bak Chon sighed, realizing the obvious. Right. You all went through a lot. Push them in there. Yes. Quack Ho dragged the captured bandits to where the other bandits were and made them kneel. Were there any other problems? I thought they would draw their blades and resist, but they were more obedient than I expected. Upon hearing those words, Bak Chon slowly surveyed the bandits. Perhaps because they're just ragtag bandits. They gave up their fight as soon as their leader died. The faces of the bandits turned red. This heartless bastard. This guy is the worst of all. Why wouldn't they want to resist? But they had clearly seen it. This was how Mount Hua fought the Green Forest, at Novel Manhwa. Not only did they cut down those odd people who were terrifying to the bandits, but they also beheaded Go Hong, who had ruled like a king. There was no way they could escape the sword. Clearly, if they drew their swords, they would be reduced to ashes, so why would they fight? However, Bak Chon and the other Mount Hua disciples couldn't understand their feelings. But why are there so few people? Did you arrive early? Judging by the number of bandits, it can't be from them. Everyone is back. Then where? Changyang said that if even one bandit was left untouched on the mountain, he would make them return to Mount Hua on their hands, so everyone went out to check if any bandits were left. Quack Ho's face turned pale. There were so many messed up things about Changyang, as many as the stars in the sky, but one of the most messed up things was how he always kept his word. Why was he so damn good at it? So messed up. Usually, it was something to threaten or joke about, but that guy actually followed through on his words. He was the type who would applaud and say that he would make people crawl to Shanxi on their heads, too. Should we join them? No, you guys wait. You need to stay here to dismantle the bandits' base. Demolish. Quack Ho turned his head and surveyed the bandit manor sprawling around him. Ads by Pub Future. He pondered what tasks the bandits undertook that required such industrious construction. They had numerous palace-like structures made of wood. All of this. Yes. But why? If the bandit manor remains, bandits with nowhere else to go will gather, and groups will form. We need to demolish it to prevent them from regrouping. Changyang. Who else, if not him? Then, nothing more could be said. He is trying to eradicate all the bandits. Upon reflection, this was the correct course of action. If you want to accomplish something, it's better to be thorough. At most, they demolished the manor, but if a smaller bandit group's dwellings were left, then bandits would regroup. But where is Changyang? Over there. There. Quack Ho's gaze followed where Bak Chon pointed. There, bandits were ferrying something between the buildings. Among the bandits, who were hauling luggage while stuck with mortal fear, someone was directing them. Over there. Yes. That goes there. Yes, Taoist. Quack Ho was flabbergasted. It was Hyun-yang who was pointing and directing the bandits, with Changyang sitting beside him, munching on sweets. Quack Ho, upon seeing this, tilted his head in confusion. What are they doing now? Looting. What? Quack Ho's eyes widened at Bak Chion's nonchalant response. Sasuk, I think I misheard. Bak Chon sighed at this. We're in the process of removing items from the base. The guy named Go Hong is known to have hoarded quite a bit. I was wondering where you were talking about tearing down the place. Bak Chon gritted his teeth. A good reason for giving the 9 great sects no, of course, that wasn't the right justification when one belonged to the Justice sect, but it was still plausible enough. This must have been his real intention. The Great Star Bandits were ranked as the highest among the Green Forest Bandits. Of course, they would have accumulated a lot of wealth. Even during the most life-threatening subjugation, Changyang never missed his chance to loot someone. This obsession he had was truly creepy. Was he a ghost who died because of a lack of money or something? No, Sasuk. Ghosts even fall short in front of Changyang. Don't they also discriminate among people? He is the same. Still, everything was ruined, even a ghost wouldn't work now. Ads by Pub Future. No, even if he wasn't a Taoist, he wouldn't even be possessed by a ghost. But as expected, it is Chang Myung. We don't have to think more about this. Once we take down the bandits, we need to take hold of their wealth. Bak Chon stayed at Quack Ho in silence. What is it? Nothing. Seeing the disciples thinking nothing of the bandits being hit and looted, he wondered if something went wrong in the teachings. In front of the mountain of wealth, Hyun-Young stood with a solemn look. Open this. Yes. When a bag was opened, there were sparkling jewels within it. At the same time, Hyun-Young's eyes shone brightly. He. These are truly expensive-looking items. If it is like this, then... Gulp. Hyun-Young's hands began to move quickly. Looking at the incredible speed, it was difficult to understand why this person gave up learning martial arts. As expected. It really is the best bandits. They saved all the things. Aha. The faces of the bandits carrying the luggage turned pale. Is this man really a Taoist? They're scarier than bandits in a few ways. However, some actually welcomed this reaction. Don't you think it's a bit better than expected? Yes. These people really brought all the good things. How great it is for us to go after them. I think this is more than the wealth a single sect can gather in a decade. Hyun-Young laughed, unable to contain his excitement. I never thought that being bandits could bring so much profit. If I had known this would happen, I would have pushed Mount Hua to change its profession. Hey. People are listening. Ahem. Right. Hyun-Young covered his mouth and cleared his throat. He suddenly grabbed Chang Myung's head and shook it. You brat. You ghost. Even during this time, you can think about bringing us profit. This is why I can never hate you. Ouch. It hurts. Rat. This guy. Hyun-Young, who held Chang Myung's head tightly, smiled with delight. Anyway, this guy smelled money like a starving ghost. So what do we do now? We take all this and return to Mount Hua. Chang Myung's eyes shone when he looked at the piled-up luggage. That would be fine, but it probably won't look good, right? Too many eyes will see it. Right. Which is why I am saying this. For some reason, his eyes were showing more evil than bandits. We aren't short on money right now, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to do something with this, right? Hyun-Young looked confused at Chang Myung's words. He. First, let's clear this. Anyway, this guy smelled money like a starving ghost. So what do we do now? We take all this and return to Mount Hua. Chang Myung's eyes shone when he looked at the piled-up luggage. That would be fine, but it probably won't look good, right? Too many eyes will see it. Right. Which is why I am saying this. For some reason, his eyes were showing more evil than bandits. We aren't short on money right now, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to do something with this, right? Hyun-Young looked confused at Chang Myung's words. He. First, let's clear this. Hyun-Young just smiled happily, seeing Chang Myung. My pretty child. How could he be this evil? It was then that Hyun-Young sympathized with the 9 great sects for the first time because this child held a grudge against them.